Good morning and welcome to the Scenic Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Wednesday the 24th of September 2025, which I will now declare open. And begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands on which we meet and pay respect to elders past and present. We have a full attendance today with Councillor Chalk joining us online via telephone, and there are no apologies. I'd now like to welcome to the chamber Pastor Josh Cox for prayers.
Excellent.
Welcome, Pastor Josh, and we'll hand it straight over to you.
Thank you.
You'll need to press the button to get the green light on.
That's it. Excellent. Well, good morning. It's great to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to you, Mayor Tom, and to councillors and staff. In part of my role as being a pastor, I get invited into people's lives in lots of different ways, and often in very sensitive and emotional times and difficult times. At the moment, I've got 6 weddings, I think, on the go, and one of them is our own daughter, so that's pretty fun. Yeah. And I think I'm doing a wedding tomorrow in a rainforest up on the Scenic coast. That's interesting. But I had the opportunity on Monday to spend some time with a family who just lost a friend. So I was there shortly after he died, and just sharing that very emotional and sensitive moment. And I guess just being confronted again by the reality of our time and the shortness perhaps that we have and in this world. And it reminded me of a verse I read in Colossians chapter 4. It's walk in wisdom toward those who are outside, redeeming the time. Now, I think perhaps some of us would like to add an extra day or so into our week just to try to get through all the things that we feel like we need to do. But I guess in that moment, I was reminded and challenged about using our time wisely and to the best of our ability with all the opportunities that face us. And I think that's a worthy thing to think upon for you as councillors, and that many things that are on your to-do list and tasks and even this meeting. So let me pray and just commit this meeting to God in prayer. Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. It's another beautiful day, Lord. The sun's shining and we rejoice in it. But we are at times confronted not only with some personal things in our own lives, but the wider things happening in the world, of the fact that life is finite, that we only have a certain amount of time here on this earth. And Lord, help us to redeem that well. We would like to add some time to our schedules and our week, but Lord, we all are on the same level playing field when it comes to time. And so Lord, help us to redeem that, to use the time wisely and well. And so we pray, as we just read there, as Paul writes, to walk in wisdom. Lord, so I pray that you would help each of the councillors and the staff here, and for this meeting in particular, to walk in wisdom, to redeem the time, to apportion it well in this moment. And we ask and pray these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Pastor Josh, thank you for your prayers. And the message is not at all lost, and we wish you well for your day and those weddings ahead. Thank you. Moving on to public question time. There are no questions on notice, thank you. Declarable conflicts of interest. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've notified the CEO that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 12.1, the confidential P&E Court appeal matter, and I'll spell that out further when we get to that item. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. No other conflicts of interest?
Sorry. Through Mr. Mayor, can I, which type of conflict was it?
Prescribed.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to announcements, and there are two for this morning. Firstly, I'd like to move a motion for condolence. If I could seek a seconder to the motion. Councillor Moriarty, thank you. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk? Motion carried.
In favour.
Thank you. William Morris Bill Laver AM. William Morris Bill Laver AM passed peacefully on the 9th of September 2025, aged 96. A true Mudgee Bar local, Bill grew up in the district and went on to purchase and run the dairy farm Stockley. He had also inherited the licence of the Exchange Hotel, later to become the well-known Wallaby Hotel. Life on the land was never easy, with its share of floods, droughts and challenges. Yet, Bill's determination and work ethic ensured a successful dairy operation. In 1965, following the early retirement of the sitting councillor, Bill stepped into local government as Division 6 councillor for the Albert Shire Council. From that point forward, he dedicated nearly 3 decades of his life to serving the region, earning the trust and respect of the people he represented, and in 1982 was elected chairman of the Albert Shire Council, a position he held with distinction for the next 12 years. Bill's leadership came at a defining moment in the Gold Coast history. The 1980s and early 1990s saw enormous growth and development under his stewardship. Projects such as Sanctuary Cove, Hope Island, Pacific Fair, Dreamworld, Wet and Wild, Jupiter's Casino, Bond University and the community of Robina Precinct took shape. His foresight and steady guidance laid much of the foundation for the Gold Coast that we know today. He was a lifelong advocate for sport and community recreation, and it's been noted that Bill also played rugby union in his junior years and was capped a number of times for Queensland. Bill was instrumental in the purchase of land that would become the Carrara Sports Complex. He also secured the Brisbane Bears brand and the installation of lighting at the Oval, named at the time the WM Labor Oval in recognition of his contribution. Bill served on many significant boards in his time as chairman of the Albert Shire Council. He was chairman of the Waterways Authority, which built one of the most significant infrastructure projects on the Gold Coast, the trained river entrance with the sand bypass system and the formation of Wavebreak Island. He was chairman of the South East Queensland Electricity Board after being elected as the representative of the Gold Coast City, Albert Shire and Bedesert councils. Bill was also elected as the representative of the Southern Region of Councils to serve on the South East Queensland Regional Planning Committee. In the 1991 Queensland Birthday Honours List, Bill was awarded the Order of Australia Medal for service to local government. He was a board member of the South Coast Dairy Cooperative for 27 years, 10 of those as chairman. When he retired from council in 1994, Bill left behind a community strengthened by his vision, his perseverance and his unwavering commitment to its people. He had been instrumental in establishing many sporting clubs, independent schools and community organisations. His legacy continues today through annual scholarships for local primary and secondary students in the Mudgee Bar and Robina districts, supporting young leaders in their education and service to community. Bill will be remembered as a former councillor, a leader, and above all, a man of integrity who gave so much of himself to the area he loved. His name and his work lived on, woven into the story of Mudgee Bar and the Gold Coast. Bill was In addition to all of that, he was a great friend to the dairy industry and to our region. He served on a number of joint committees, including tourism and roads, and our condolences to his family. Thank you. Further to that, a Merrill minute in relation to Olympic rowing and Queensland Schools Championships Regatta. Councillors, along with my colleagues Steve Moriarty and Amanda Hay, it was my pleasure to attend the Queensland State Rowing Centre at Lake Warralong over the course of the 3-day event to present the awards for the Queensland Schools Championship Regatta. Established more than 60 years ago, this is now the largest regatta on the Rowing Queensland calendar, attracting student athletes from as far north as Townsville and as far south as northern New South Wales. This prestigious event is a true showcase of the next generation of rowing talent, drawing hundreds of competitors, coaches, families and the supporters from across the state and beyond. Last year, the event at the Queensland State Rowing Centre at Lake Warralong brought 873 athletes plus coaches, support staff and 2,000 plus spectators to our region, due to a last-minute move from Rockhampton just 3 weeks out from the regatta. Indeed, Lake Warralong has repeatedly hosted major rowing events relocated from Rockhampton due to flooding and infrastructure challenges. This year's Queensland Schools Championship Regatta has generated significant short-term economic benefits for the Scenic Rim. From an expected 3,500 attendees, with more than 500 staying locally, generating an estimated 1,560 bed nights. Showcasing Warralong as a capable host venue, this event highlights Scenic Rim's potential to contribute to Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic rowing events, creating lasting tourism and economic legacies. It's extraordinary that while Lake Warralong is the most suitable Olympic-ready rowing venue in Queensland, it is currently not selected for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and that other sites, such as Rockhampton, are under consideration. Lake Warralong is the home of Queensland rowing and is in close proximity to Brisbane and the future 2032 Games precincts. It hosts more than 30 local, regional and state championship events annually, and importantly meets the world rowing standards with a still water body and a 10-lane 2,000 metre buoyed course, the only one of its kind in Queensland. Looking ahead, the Scenic Rim will offer accommodation for 1,500 athletes and team personnel within a 35-minute travel radius, with further private investment planned. The required estimated $100 million for road, energy, waste and telecommunications infrastructure upgrades are significantly less than all other Queensland locations. Relocating Olympic rowing outside of southeast Queensland would forfeit a strategic opportunity to enhance permanent infrastructure in a region already embedded in the sport and providing the greatest Olympic legacy goals. To this end, Council will be submitting to the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority, known as GICA, our findings for consideration to recommend Lake Warralong as the preferred venue for rowing, should Rockhampton be unsuitable, and also consider athletes' requirements, including on-water and off-water needs, as outlined by Rowing Queensland and Rowing Australia. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just add to that, if I may?
Please, Councillor.
I went on Monday and attended, was very lucky to be involved watching the four-men scull event. I believe it was the championships at the time. I got to meet the chair of Queensland Rowing. I absolutely agree with all of your comments. I think this should be the preferred third place for rowing in the Brisbane Olympics in 2032. I can't understand why they're not looking at us and really recognising that the rowing standards that there are, we meet, as in Wyalong meets, and we should absolutely keep on pushing to make sure that people know about this wonderful, wonderful asset that's right here in our doorstep.
Thank you, councillor. With that said, we'll now move on with the meeting to, there are no petitions to be presented. Now to a confirmation of the previous minutes. Could I have a mover for the motion? Thank you, Councillor McGuinness.
The minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 27th of August 2025 be...
Sorry, councillor, could you turn on your
Sorry. The minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 27th of August be 2025 be adopted.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Those in favour?
In favour.
Those against? Motion carried unanimously. Item 10, business arriving from the previous minutes. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I just have two matters arising from the minutes of the last meeting. The first one related to, at that meeting, it was item 11.8, MCU 25/058, which was the deferral of the decision to extend the time for the Tamborine Village Shopping Centre. It was going to be deferred to a future meeting. Have we had any progress on that, please?
Thanks, through the chair. Thanks, Divisional Councillor Hay. Meetings are being arranged at this stage, but no meetings since that date till now.
Thank you. And the second one, it relates to item 11.14, which was council receiving the financial report for July 2025. I have raised the issue of whether the revised financial report, which was made available to councillors, should be tabled at today's meeting. I haven't had a response. I just have issues with us going from a flawed July report to the August report. So is there any intention to make the revised, corrected report available to the public, please, through the chair?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hay. In previous advice to councillors, there were no material misstatements in the financial statements that affected their validity. It is acknowledged that there was an error in the note to the accounts, but they do not affect the viability or the readability of the financial accounts that are presented there. The amended report has been provided to councillors. I don't see a need for it to be readopted, but if you like, we could attach the revised report to the minutes that go from this council meeting, just to reflect the record being complete and accurate, if that satisfies your inquiry.
Yes, thank you. I think that would be preferable because then the public has visibility of what the changes were. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, officer, would you please just, you said there was no, you said in the notes there was errors. In the accounts, you've marked certain amounts against an action. There'll be a reconciliation where that amount will no longer be against that action, correct?
Thanks for the question, Mayor. There were errors in the descriptors for the notes, and that has been acknowledged. But the actual financial statements that the council voted upon were not in error. It was simply a mistake in how some of that information was represented in the notes. And for completeness, as I just suggested, happy for those accounts for July to be attached to these minutes of the meeting with a reference to that being corrected.
I think in addition, I'd like to see a reconciliation where you've stated, if there's clearly stated that whatever the figure was, $700,000 in councillors' education or whatever the subject matter was, and that's no longer the fact, then where was $700,000 allocated to? So there should be a reconciliation of those accounts, if you would include that. Thank you. Anything further, councillor?
No, thank you.
I'll now move on to item 11.1 and call upon Councillor McGuinness.
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, just before we go to that one, councillors, please be aware we will be withdrawing item 12.4 from the confidential agenda, late agenda. So if I just include that now, that deals with the matter.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to introduce item 11.1, proposed 2026 dates for ordinary meetings. It's fairly straightforward. The recommendation is that one, council adopt the following dates for the ordinary meetings to be held in 2026, with the meetings commence at 9 a.m. All to be held a Wednesday, and the following dates: 28th of January, 25th of February, 25th of March, 29th of April, 27th of May, 22nd of June, 23rd of July, 26th of August, 23rd of September, 28th of October, 25th of November, and the December one being held on the 9th of December. Number two, council acknowledge that the ordinary meeting scheduled in 2026 will be held in the council chambers, 82 Brisbane Street, Beaudesert. I so move that motion, Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor McInnes, would you like to talk to the motion?
No, I don't. It's very straightforward, Mayor. I don't think there's any point in adding to it. It's there as for the usually the fourth Wednesday of the month, but it does vary if there's other public holidays or other clashes. So we, it is, as I read out the dates, they're mainly in the fourth Wednesday of the month.
Thank you. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I just note in the report background, it says in a recent review of Council's meeting framework, consideration was given to a system that enables an efficient workflow. I am aware that the issue of standing committees was raised during that and given a fair hearing to improve, pardon me, to improve information provision to councillors and the opportunity for councillors to be included in decision-making process and so on and so forth. Noting that the current system of scheduling and meeting forums seemed to have the majority support at that time, it was noted during that discussion, however, we would revisit this in 6 months' time. I note that's not written in the report, but that was my understanding of the discussion at the time, that this would be reviewed again in 6 months, and I would like that noted, please.
Thank you, councillor. I guess quite possibly, and particularly for the people in the gallery and the media and the constituents, in terms of the point that you make, the reasoning behind that, and the offering from the officers was to provide information that was of more relevant to the councils and the public in terms of a transparency and accountability, and to see if that information is forthcoming will then form part of that review process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I note that the three directors, all the directors and council made the comment that they would be taking measures to improve the provision, timeliness and quality of information available to councils in regard to information required to make decisions in the chamber, and look forward to seeing that progress of those. And once again, just acknowledge that that the comment was that we would review this again in 6 months' time. Thank you.
Just a point of order. We're talking about ordinary meetings here, not committees. So I just thought we might be having a discussion that's a little bit off target, because this is just ordinary meetings. So are we having a discussion about something else now?
On page 7, we're talking directly to the report, and the feedback from councillors supported continuation of the current schedule of meetings and forums. Okay, so if you have a look, if you go through and actually read the attaching report to the motion, you'll find Councillor Moriarty is directly on point.
Thank you.
And I'll just note also, Mayor, that I don't have an issue with the ordinary meeting schedule or the motion as it stands. It's just the report and background information needs clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And if that could be please be noted. Are there any other questions or comment? Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
No, it's, as I said, very straightforward in my opinion, but yep, nothing more to add.
Thank you, councillors. I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
Councillor Chalk in favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Now turn to item 11.2 and call upon Councillor Chalk.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I'm introducing report 11.2, which is the new organisational structure. I'll take the report as read, and I'll go straight to moving the following motion. Is that one, council note the new organisational structure comprising Chief Executive Officer, Director of Corporate and Community Services, Manager Finance Services, Manager Information Services, Director Infrastructure Services, Manager Transport and Assets, Manager Waste and Resources, Manager Property and Projects, Director Planning, Development and Environment, the Manager Planning and Development, Manager Economic Development and Tourism, Executive Manager People and Performance, and 2, Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to implement the processes necessary to transition to the new organisational structure.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Cryer. Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Glad to see this report has come through. It's taken a little bit of work behind the scenes to get this brought forward. The public notice of the change between the naming of our senior management from general managers now back to directors, which was a direct thing that the staff was consulted with, and they preferred that terminology. Also, we've gone from 4 to back to 3, which is a cost saving for the community. And I'm glad to see the new directors have all been recruited and are now in their roles, and looking forward to working with them to enhance the council moving forward. So that's probably all I'll say for now. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions or comment? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to raise the issue that it seems that somewhere along the line through the restructure that was originally brought to councillors, we were advised that there was going to be 3 directors only at the level 2 of the organisation, and that the main cost saving was going to come from removing one of those directors' positions. But I note in the report that's been presented today, and I'm not sure when and how this decision was made, other than during the background of the report, it says during the consultation process, it became clear that some adjustments were required, and we now find ourselves with 4 positions at the level 2 organisation, again with a position being created, the executive manager, people and performance, which is news to me. I might have missed something, I don't know, but it seems to me that we now are back with 4 positions at level 2, perhaps 3 named as directors and 1 a de facto director by the look of it, at that level entitled Executive Manager People and Performance, who, looking at the table further down through the report, is responsible for 22 employees, if I'm reading that correctly.
Correct. So you have a question in terms of?
My question is, during the consultation process, what became clear and why is the change, and what is the justification for that change?
Thank you. Through the CEO.
Through Mr Mayor, the additional executive manager people and performance role is not a 2nd level role, it's a 3rd level role, albeit it's one step above the 3rd level managers. It seemed that for a number of reasons. 1, it's dealing with a lot of confidential issues. 2, it's dealing with a number of other functions of council that would not fit elsewhere, such as work health and safety. And the feedback we got from the organisation was that this was quite an important role. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Deb?
Thank you, CEO. Yes, it was an acknowledgement of the work and the capacity of that role within the organisation. And you are right, it has a lot of confidential information that goes through that role as well. It also has a reporting obligation to ET as well as to council. So it was considered that it was a little more than just a manager's role, hence why it came out as being executive manager.
Councillor Sanders.
I'm very pleased that we've got through this whole change of the structure. I think it gives the organisation a way forward. I'm so pleased that we've got really knowledgeable directors and sitting behind me. I'm looking forward to the future. I think this is a great thing for the organisation. I think we can now concentrate on building our culture and getting more and more people who have lots of experience and knowledge to come to our organisation. I hope we can attract wonderful people because we really need them, and we've got so much work to do. I'm sure that the directors are sitting here thinking, what have they got themselves in for? Because there is so much growth happening at the moment, and this little council keeps on batting well above its weight. So I'm looking forward to the future, and I'm really pleased that we've got a way forward.
Talking in favour of the motion, but you're wishing to, Councillor Hay, are you got a comment or are you talking against the motion?
I've got both, actually. I see on page 11 it does mention that the 2nd level structure now comprises 3 directors and 1 executive manager. So that needs to be rectified in line with what the CEO has just stated, that there isn't a 4th person at the 2nd level. And the reason that needs to be quite clear is because if that executive manager, people and performance is at the 2nd level, there could end up being some confusion as to which pay range they're employed against. And then going on from that, there is a statement in there that says that if this structure is adopted, it is likely that it will reap reductions in costs. Surely by this point we must have estimated how much we are going to save. It shouldn't still just be likely. We should have an indication of what the savings would be if we adopted this structure. So could there be a response to that, please? Do we have a figure, or is it just a pie in the sky likely saving?
Through Mr Mayor, we're sort of getting a bit cautious here around the level of operational we're at. The issue that we have is negotiating with different candidates for different roles. And there's a presumption there that each role will be exactly the same and the same remuneration. That won't necessarily be the case. So, yes, I understand we'll bring back the demonstrated savings that are there, but that would be after we've employed those people as well.
Sorry, were you wanting to say something, Councillor McGuinness? No?
No. Just nodding in agreement, yeah, and the same thing was going through my mind, that you don't know exactly how much you have to pay people when they come in on board, and that applies to whether it's directors until they're negotiated it. So, no doubt the CEO has a figure in mind when he sets this, but it doesn't always work out that way when you negotiate, and depending on the calibre of the people that apply.
Councillor Hay.
Just following on from that comment, I don't think I can vote for this motion with uncertainty as to whether we're going to end up with a saving or not, because that was the whole premise of doing this, I believe.
Can I add to that comment, Chair, please?
Councillor.
I made the comment very early in this process when this was first brought to the council that most organisations that I'm aware of undertake a restructure either to improve efficiency, get better outcomes, or to save money. And throughout the process, I'm yet to be convinced that this restructure will actually save the council any money. The question I have, though, in relation to that is, in the recent budgeting process, I believe we budgeted for something in excess of 500 positions within the organisation, but the table that's been presented in this report provides a total of 466 positions. My question is, have those positions been removed? You know, I may be missing something, I acknowledge that, but I'd just appreciate an explanation between how many people are we actually budgeting for and paying for within the council?
CEO.
Through Mr Mayor, the establishment plan has been presented to council probably about 4 months ago, if I remember correctly. That was distributed to councillors. I believe the Mayor requested trying to get an indication of exactly which numbers were allocated to which areas. I'm happy to be corrected on that. I would say to the councillors that we are operating in a very competitive environment in trying to attract staff. One of the reasons for having the role of Executive Manager of People and Performance is simply to increase the level of importance for that role, because if I advertise for a Manager of Human Resources, which I've done in the past, I think the last time we advertised 4 times and did not get a suitable applicant. So we are looking to try and fill each of these, these 3 positions that are filled here and the manager positions that are going through at the moment. So again, I will give an overview once we've actually attracted staff into those roles and indicate what the savings have been and where there has been improvements in services as well.
Just to understand, Councillor, was your question, you wanted to know how many positions are allocated, and is the 4066 just the actual? That's what you're looking for?
I'm trying to ascertain how many staff we actually employ.
And how many are allocated for?
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that was detailed in the establishment report.
Yep, he's asking for the number.
What's the number, please?
So I don't have the exact number at the moment unless Deb has those. Yes, please, Deb.
Okay, so our FT equivalent establishment report is around 497 positions within council, which aren't all filled at the moment. These 466 which are in these report are excluding casual employees and trainees. So that brings that 497 establishment down. So there's also a few positions within that establishment at the moment that's being filled by contractors, and that is also being taken out of the report. So these are the full-time equivalent staff that are allocated at the moment. It doesn't include any vacancies or anything like that. So if we had full staff numbers, excluding casual employees, trainees and any contractors sitting against a position, we would have 466.16 employees employed within council.
Can I ask the question, is that our target? What is the optimal staffing level for this organisation, in your opinion?
We have allocated 497 positions within our organisational chart, and it's what we have said we will fill. And at the moment, unless council wish to create new positions or bring on new initiatives with new staff, that's our upper limit.
My recollection from what the CEO presented 4 months ago was 520. Is that what you have today? Has that changed from that position, or have I got it wrong?
I'm not sure what the 520 included at the time. There may have been some extras in there with the contractors as well. But the 497 is what we have got on our books as being our established numbers of staff we can have, full-time equivalents we can have.
Thank you. Councillor?
Is there any intention to reduce the total number of staff within the council, or is that considered? I'm mindful of the fact we have other regional councils similar to our own who have many less employees, and I'm just mindful of the fact that we've going through an enterprise bargaining process at the moment, which I believe has concluded, and there's going to be increasing staffing costs. I'm very concerned about the sustainability of increased staff as a percentage of our total budget, but also the cost associated that with through enterprise bargaining pay increases.
So sorry, what's the question, councillor?
Is there any intention to try and reduce total staff numbers to accommodate pay increases and to keep staffing of the council sustainable moving into the future?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I've got a vague idea of the amount, but how many vacancies do we have at the moment? I think it's around about 45 to 50.
I would say that's correct, CEO. It fluctuates on a weekly basis at the moment.
So through you, Mr Mayor, we've undertaken a process of, in many instances, we are not replacing staff as they leave the organisation. This places more pressure on staff that are within the organisation. We are also doing a freeze on employment at the moment, where some jobs will not be put into the marketplace until the end of January next year. Now, at the same time, the expectations from the community don't change. Their expectations are that there will be adequate staff undertaking the activities associated with their services. We are in the same situation as a number of other councils where they are struggling to find employees, and that ranges from our outdoor staff, such as labourers, to indoor staff, especially town planners, which at the moment we've got to put forward a value proposition that says that this is a great place to work. At the same time, indicate that we're doing challenging and exciting projects that will attract people to come and work at Scenic Regional Council. On top of that, the further challenge is at the moment the rental market is very tight. Therefore, it is difficult for people to find a place to live if they're actually going to work here. It is very difficult to find that sort of accommodation. I think some of the council staff have been looking very hard to find accommodation. In relation to the enterprise bargaining agreement, we've reached an agreement in principle. There is still some work to go there. The increments that we're looking at 5, 4 and 4, that is reasonable. The issue for us is other local government authorities have put forward larger increments and have also put forward sign-on fees in the order of $1,000 to $1,500. We don't have the capacity to do that. What we need to do is try and attract people to come and work in a place where they'll be supported and in a positive environment. Sorry, I don't know if you want to say anything else, Deb.
Thank you, CEO. Look, I acknowledge it's a challenging environment that we work in the employment area. My point is quite simply, given the pay increases of EBA and the number of staff we employ, you can't have your cake and eat it too. For it to be sustainable for this council, if a pay increase is going to need to be accompanied by a reduction in staff at some level, we can't just keep on employing more people or attempting to employ more people and paying them more. We just can't afford that, quite frankly.
Thank you. Just a couple of points of note and a question to Duncan. When you were talking about you have a figure in mind and then you pay beyond that, I just want to put that in context in my own mind. These levels are on scales. You're not talking a figure beyond the ceiling of the scale, are you?
No, it gets down to what level of ability people who do apply, and you don't know in any position. When I help to advertise for people, you have a range of where you might be paying, but you don't know whether you end up paying the upper level or the lower level. Yeah,
Thank you.
That's the point I'm making. There's a variation there, well and truly, on what you might end up paying.
And I just note the total 466, which excludes casual employees and trainees, but noted the point that you said, CEO, or the acting general manager, that there are 50 vacancies. That would then take the number up to just shy of 520 FTEs. That's a little bit different from the 497. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
I'd just like to make ask one further question.
Yes.
Given that I don't know of any other council in Queensland that has a senior executive manager, where do we determine the pay scale for that position from?
Sorry, which position?
The executive manager position.
Through Mr Mayor, there are plenty of councils, Cat 3 councils across the board. This council very early on was presented with a PowerPoint presentation with each of those organisations. There are executive people and performance, executive management people and performance roles in those councils as well. That was presented, goodness me, 14, 15 months ago. So there are plenty of examples. I even believe, and I'm happy to be corrected, but if I go to the MacArthur's book of salaries and conditions, I believe the title will be in there as well, and I'm happy to get you a copy of that.
If we could perhaps be provided with the upper and lower levels for that designation, that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a guide produced that goes around every year, so I'll find that copy of that guide. But I actually thought I already sent that to councillors as well. Yeah.
I do have issues with signing off on this, given that the report contained inaccuracies stating that there were going to be 4 positions at level 2. Can we bring reports to council that are 100% accurate, please, so that we know what we're really voting on? And B, I still have concerns given that there will be a executive manager with only 22 people reporting to him or her.
Thank you for the questions and noted, councillor. To talk against the motion, I can't support the motion. It was clear from the outset. And going back to the last election, I'll note that a restructure was highlighted in this council. It was brought up during the election, during the course of the previous election. The people of this region clearly voted for change. We have had a restructure on the table for a period of time. I do welcome, obviously, the change in management and the appointment of the 3 new directors, and it was clearly set out and with the intent that we would reduce as a significant cost-saving measure, as a rationalisation of the structure from 4 down to 3, being those directors at level 2. I would also note my observations through any LGA in Queensland and certainly in corporate world that an HR position is not commonly, as far as I know, if anywhere, at the executive manager level and why that position is required. I also note the comments for the reporting to of that position is only 22 people out of an organisation of 500. I do recognise the comments of talking about confidential matters, and I note that the 8 position of managers do hold a position of responsibility and take on considerable confidential items on a regular basis, and it is an equally important position. And I would have suggested that there is no continuity in this restructure, no consistency. It is clear that it is virtually a name change doesn't get us there in terms of a restructure. It's as it was before, with a change of title from General Manager People and Strategy to Executive Manager People and Performance, with still 4 in that position. I would be looking to investigate for consideration to take that position into the manager level, and would suit appropriately with as consistent with any other organisations of this size in this country. Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, I'm probably just wondering why this wasn't brought up in the week prior to this meeting or in the meetings we've had so far when we discussed this item. Why it's left to this meeting to suddenly have problems with the executive manager naming. I think there's inaccuracies the way it's been described by 3 councillors so far, in the fact that it's been explained clearly that we've got 3 director roles reduced from 4, and the executive manager is 1 step above the 3rd level, not the 2nd level. So I'm just confused as to how the discussion has gone so far. I'll probably just reflect to the CEO and see if there's a better way to manage this rather than the way we're doing it right now. Have councillors dissent against it without raising these issues beforehand. So do we lay it on the table and we discuss it at a briefing session again and flush it out so that we can actually get a proper consideration of this item? Mr. CEO, is there any way we can handle this better than we're doing right now?
I think in terms of it was
question, please.
If I may, and I'll direct it to the CEO, Councillor Chalk. It was said from the outset by 2 councillors that they couldn't recall the position in terms of this being presented in this manner. That was said from the outset that led to the conversation that we've had today. I'll refer your question to the CEO in terms of if we're happy to leave it on the table.
Through
I've
Mr.
also referred to it as a 2nd level position, which is incorrect. So there's some misremembering, I think, happening. So
Yes, it's in here. It's in the structure as a 2nd level as presented in today's paper. It's in the report.
I think the CEO clearly explained that it's not the 2nd level, it's a 3rd level, and it's an executive role in the 3rd level. It's been clearly explained, so...
Has been explained, Councillor, but it's not actually in the report.
Mr. CEO, can we handle this better than we're doing right now?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess we've gone out to extensive consultation with the staff and the unions for that matter in relation to the development of this structure. There has been general support for the structure from staff, and there is a high level of expectation that the structure will be implemented sooner rather than later. I've gone through a few restructures in my life, and I've never seen a workforce so enthusiastic about getting a new structure sorted out. From my perspective, I've brought this to council simply to note. That's the process I'm meant to follow. The third level position there is an important one, and I will, the people and performance one, I will go back and say that we advertised for that, I'm going to say 5 times, and we simply did not get the applicants coming through. So it's thought that changing the title, having some responsibilities in there, are going to be important in trying to attract a suitable candidate. But again, we've been down that marketplace quite a few times.
Well, look, I guess as the mover of the motion, I'm looking to continue with the motion. I'm happy. I think it's long overdue.
Marshall, if I may, the CEO's just trying to say, we'll come back to you. I'll just let the CEO wanted to add one more thing, okay?
No. Councillor Cryer.
Sorry. Councillor Chalk, Councillor Cryer would like to say something. Is that all right?
I appreciate it, yes. I'd like to hear.
Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to just point out that we were given the organisational structure, which included a manager of people and organisational development, reporting to the Chief Executive Officer, and I have a printout of it here. So it was brought up previously. I think the sticking point with this report is that that person is not noted to be a different level in this report. I think that's the whole problem with this at the moment. But other than that, there has to be someone who is doing this role to organise human resources, administrative support, governance and media. There has to be someone who oversees that. So if that is a sticking point in this report, that person hasn't been noted what level they are, then can there be an adjustment made in this report, as the people are very keen to get this through?
So through Mr Mayor, yes, an adjustment can be made. I will highlight again, if we advertise it at a manager level, I'm not altogether enthusiastic about how many people we will attract to the role, and that is evidenced by the fact that we're 4 or 5 times already is the path we've gone down. And again, there's some operational matters I'd love to talk about, but this is not the time or the place to talk about those. If the position needs to become a 3rd level position, then we can do that. But again, I'm going to highlight over and over again, we went through a recruitment agency, we went through our own recruitment as well, and we didn't succeed.
So at this stage, we're just noting the new organisational structure, and that we're authorising the Chief Executive Officer to implement the processes to transition to this new organisational structure, which possibly could include some amendments to this report in that respect, I would believe.
Councillor Chalk.
In line with what Councillor Cryer just said, can I amend the motion, please?
Certainly.
And the amendment would be down at number 3 to Westwood state the report clearly states that the executive manager position is a level 3 position, and correctly identify that is not a director position. That seems to be the sticking point.
Well, I think it might be more than that. Where does it sit in the structure, and what is the pay scale for that, and goes back to the earlier point in the report that's presented and other reports earlier were to identify not only efficiency in terms of a restructure for the organisation, but also significant cost savings. And it was highlighted by the councillors earlier in the meeting that the wording now is
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. If we've got a recommendation and a motion on the table, can we put it to a vote and then maybe amend it if we need to?
just one moment. We've already got an amendment from Councillor Chalk on the table.
But we've got to vote on. Don't we have to vote on what we've got already? We've got a mover and a seconder, so we have to vote on that. And then if we're going to
No, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Look, it doesn't sound like any amendment's going to make any difference, so I guess I can just put it forward as it is. Seems like I'd suggest to the councillors we'd probably look at the service we provide rather than just numbers on a piece of paper about council employees. Yes, we're looking for savings in which we have reduced our managers to 3 directors and then an executive manager of people strategy, which would be maybe a pay scale slightly above a manager. But I realise it's an important position, and I'm very happy to still put the motion forward as it is, and we'll take a vote on it and see where it lands.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk in favour. And those against? And I'll call for a division. And Councillor Chalk, I'll just read it out to you. So the motion has been carried. With councillors 2, 4, 5 and 6 in favour, and Mayor Division 1 and 3 against. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I believe so. Now move on to item 11.3 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.3, the appointment of an acting Chief Executive Officer. This has come about as the CEO is advised of a planned absence from the 27th of September 2025 to 5 October 2025 inclusive, and the Local Government Act, Section 194, states that council is required to not only appoint a CEO but to appoint suitably qualified persons to relieve in the role during any period when the CEO is absent or unable to perform their responsibilities. So I'll move straight to the motion, which is that pursuant to Section 195 of the Local Government Act 2009, council appoint Director, Planning, Development and Environment, Leo Jensen, as a suitable qualified person to act as Chief Executive Officer during the period 27 September 2025 to 5 October 2025 inclusive.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion, Councillor McInnes. Councillor Hay, would you like to talk to your motion?
No, thank you, Chair.
Any questions? Something, anyone from the floor? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. If it's possible, just have a brief overview of the process in choosing an acting CEO and what the criteria are, noting that we have 3 new directors, and I'm not casting aspersions on the selection in any way, shape or form, but I just interested in the process in choosing. I believe a couple of the other new directors have acting CEO, if not CEO, experience in other councils. So just a bit of an overview from the CEO on the selection process. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, as indicated, I'm taking annual leave. It is spoken to each of the directors and indicated that it will be on a rotational basis. I've started off with Leo because Leo's been here the longest time, both in an acting role and in his substantive role right now. That's the normal process.
Thank you, CEO, and good to know it'll be rotated around. Everyone will get an opportunity, and I'm sure we look forward to the other directors getting their opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I put it to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Move on to item 11.4 and call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.4. I'll take the report as read and I'll introduce the item as it's presented. The council endorse council offices, including the customer care and engagement, be closed from 3 p.m. on Wednesday the 24th of December 2025 up to and including Friday the 2nd of January 2026, reopening on Monday the 5th of January 2026. 2. Council's libraries be closed from 3 p.m. on Wednesday the 24th of December 2025 up to and including Tuesday the 6th of January 2026, reopening on Wednesday the 7th of January 2026, with employees returning to work on Monday the 5th of January 2026. Council's community and cultural centres, Vonda Youngman and Buna Cultural Centre, be closed from 3 p.m. on Wednesday the 24th of December 2025 up to and including Tuesday 6th of January 2026, reopening on Wednesday the 7th of January 2026, with employees returning to work on Monday the 5th of January 2026. 4. Council's community and cultural centre, the Centre Bay Desert, be closed from 3 p.m. on Wednesday the 24th of December 2025 up to and including Monday the 12th of January 2026, reopening on Tuesday the 13th of January 2026, with employees returning to work on Monday the 5th of January 2026. 5. Council's operational works, including depots, be closed from Monday the 22nd of December 2025 up to and including Friday the 2nd of January 2026, with return to work scheduled for Monday, 5th of January 2026. And 6, the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, advertise the closure and the relevant contact details to customer requests over this period.
4 customer requests. Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Moriarty, would you like to talk to your motion?
I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Thank you, Chair. Just noting there's only one change to the usual arrangements for the Christmas close down, being that I forget the date, but the Friday prior to New Year's Eve, we will not be reopening until after that. It would seem not particularly practical or sensible open for one day and then have the New Year's Eve long weekend, so that that day of leave will be added to the Christmas close down, and I believe will be deducted from other leave employee leave, but it makes sense for that change to occur, so I'm quite supportive of that.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Just a question, Mr.
Yes, certainly, councillor.
Mr. Mayor, just I know everyone will be looking forward to this, and I'm sorry to some of the people who who have to work over the Christmas period. But I do have a question. Could the Mr. CEO just talk about if there is an emergency or phone calls being made? Can you just talk about what happens in relation to phone calls, please? Just to give everybody from the viewing public an understanding of what happens if they do have to make a phone call over that break. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. If anyone rings the normal office number, that will get diverted through to our call-outs. They're managed, then they will allocate jobs and tasks to staff that are on call. So there are two systems there. One is it goes to the central area. I can't recall the name of our contractor at this point in time, but they will then forward it on to the different work crews that we have in place, and all of those people are already set up for that period. I don't know if you want to add anything, James.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. CEO. Yes, so we have allocated skeleton crews over the break, in particular to deal with any emergency or out of hours call-outs that can go from, and I won't speak on behalf of my esteemed colleagues, but from compliance matters right through to emergency roadworks, amenities servicing through the break and holiday periods, etc. So those staff are allocated and rostered accordingly, and as the CEO has expressed, those emergency call-outs or issues are attended to on a risk prioritised basis over the break period.
Councillor, happy with that?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty?
No, thank you, Chair.
Nothing further. I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Now move to item 11.5. Call upon Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just as background before I put the motion, I just thought I would read some of the information so the viewing public can understand what we're talking about. The item is 11.5, Destination IQ, Destination Q Forum and Queensland Tourism Awards. So these are a premier conference and awards system for the state's tourism industry, including businesses, individuals and events. Quite a range of categories and over attractions, events and tours, transport, accommodation, restaurants, culture, etc., etc. The Destination IQ is the Indigenous Queensland cultural experiences. They talk about all sorts of ways of promoting the businesses and also how to do their business processes better. So there's Destination IQ, Destination Q, and then there's a gala dinner afterwards. Now we are nominated for a possible award, so that's a big thing for us. I'll put the motion as it's up on the board, so I'll see if I can read it out. But there's lots of information that are worthwhile councillors going to. But I do note that we have a briefing session, and that's also very important. So I'm unable to go to the Destination IQ event. So the motion is that one, council nominate and endorse Councillor Jennifer Sanders as myself as the official representative to attend the Destination Q Forum being held on the 13th of November in Brisbane, including purchase of tickets and accommodation expenses if required. And two, council nominate and endorse myself, Councillor Sanders, and Mayor Tom Sharp as the official representatives to attend the 2025 Queensland Tourism Awards Gala ceremony being held on the evening of 14th of November 2025, including purchase of a ticket and tickets and accommodation expenses. Again, only if required.
Thank you, councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Cryer. Councillor Sanders, would you like to talk to your motion?
No, look, this is, sorry, beg your pardon, yes I do. This is quite a prestigious sort of event, lots of information sharing. It's wonderful that our tourism businesses get nominated and are included in this, and it's a wonderful event in that it's quite cheap to attend. The Destination IQ Forum is $200. The Destination Q event is $99. But being there with possibly some of the businesses that may win their categories is also very, very exciting. I put the motion because I think this is something that our whole region should be involved in.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? With that said, Councillor.
Sorry, I just have a question, that's all.
Certainly.
Yep, on page 23, in the report and background, it talks about the 31 categories and the evaluation period, 1st of July 24 to 30 June 25, and that our council has entered in the Excellence in Food Tourism category, and it does mention there Scenic Rim, Eat Local Month, etc., and includes Scenic Rim Farm Box. Is that still operating? Could we have an explanation of why that one's in there, please?
Officer, if you could just introduce your title as well, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm Acting Manager for Regional Prosperity and Communications. For the period of the eligible period for the award nomination, the Scenic Rim Farm Box was active until the end of December 2024. So that was included in the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion at all? No. And Councillor Sanders?
No, but it'll be lovely to see you at the gala dinner, Mr. Mayor. I think it's quite prestigious, and I think thank you must go to all of our staff because they've worked themselves frantically to make sure that this our Eat Local Month is a prestigious event, and I think it makes a lot of people very happy, and they'd like to know if they can have it done every month. I'm kidding. I think staff are all going to fall over dead if we do that to them. But look, it's just a wonderful event, and it's just great to see us up at such a great event and being in there kicking goals. What a fantastic thing for a little council. Whether we win it or not, we're showing how well we're doing.
Thank you for those comments, and I guess it is an important point that the Eat Local Week that started many, many years ago has evolved into the Eat Local Month, but it has greatly assisted in the recognition of this region, in recognising the brand and the name change to Scenic Rim when this council was amalgamated and formed, and has grown. And it has grown to be recognised as one of the most authentic events on the national agenda. It is a major part of who we are and our region and our producers in terms of what they do, and it has been a major success for this council since those early beginnings. So it is important to recognise these awards and to be participating, and congratulations not only to this current council in terms of the work that lays before them for what will evolve, and Councillor Sanders possibly wasn't far off the mark, that what becomes Eat Local Month is eventually will become eating year round. We need to remind everyone every single day of what our farmers, our producers and our artisans are doing, and that we are open for business for the 4 million visitors that are living in the southeast region, as well as interstate and internationally, as we march forward to 2032. Thank you. I put the motion. Sorry, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Mayor. I do apologise. I just wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of Council to acknowledge all the Scenic Rim tourism operators who do a wonderful job year round, but particularly those who are in line for individual awards at the Queensland Tourism Awards. We've acknowledged the council and Eat Local Month, but we have, many fine tourism operators across the region who do a wonderful job promoting our region year round, and particularly those who've been selected for the Queensland Tourism Award finalists. Wish them all the very best.
Thank you. With that said, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk.
Councillor Chalk in favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Move on to item 11.6 and call upon Councillor Moriarty to introduce.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce item 11.6, the Scenic Rim Olympic Sport and Recreation Advisory Committee update. I'll take the report as read and introduce the motion as presented that one, council note the Scenic Rim Olympic Sports and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting minutes for meetings held on the 11th of July, 2025, 1st of August 2025 and 22nd of August 2025. And two, council note the activities and initiatives being undertaken by the Scenic Rim Olympic Sports and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion. Councillor McInnes. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had a number of meetings. The minutes are tabled. There's been a lot of work going on. I just want to first of all concur with the comments you made earlier in your mayoral minute with regard to the weekend rowing event at Lake Warralong, and thank yourself for attending all 3 days and being a presence there. I was there on Sunday afternoon. I had a very busy schedule, but managed to pop out for a couple of hours on Sunday afternoon to the rowing and overheard your interview with many hundreds of people listening in with the announcer on course there, where you highlighted the benefits of Lake Warralong, and not just as the potential Olympic venue in 2032, but the outstanding legacy that would be created should that be the case for the whole precinct, just not for rowing, but also for other flat water sports and other recreational activities in that vicinity. And it's without doubt any infrastructure, any money invested in that precinct up to and including the Olympic Games, should it be selected as an Olympic venue, would have a lasting legacy for our region, and not just our region, but for all of southeast Queensland. We know we are surrounded by a huge, rapidly growing population, and all of those people love getting out into the Scenic Rim and experiencing everything that we have to offer. So it's a really, the untapped potential of Lake Warralong is, it is massive. And if we can somehow garner support and get the Olympic rowing back there and invest in that area, the potential for it, not just as an Olympic rowing venue, but a rowing venue moving forward for rowing Queensland and for all the other reasons I've just outlined, is massive. So completely concur with all your comments, and thank you once again for spending so much time out there over the weekend promoting and advocating on behalf of council in that space. I just have one comment for the officer, if I may, and I'm looking at item 4.2 in the minutes of the last meeting, which I think were on the 22nd of August, just with regard to the communication and media section, item 4.2, with regard to the publicity and media invitation for the state schools champions. I'm not aware whether that progressed and what happened there, but I'd just like a little bit of feedback with regard to that, because my understanding was it was as it has turned out to be, was a wonderful opportunity to get Lake Warralong back in the media focus due to the sheer scale and size of the event that was held there. So I'd just like a little bit of feedback with regard to that point that was made in the last meeting with regard to the media invitation, etc.
Thank you through the chair. So I'm Acting Manager, Regional Prosperity and Communications. So in regards to the media call, there was an invitation. We worked very closely with Rowing Queensland. Media were invited at both a state and a federal level to the event over the weekend with mixed responses. And so we took advantage of that, and as well as some channels that council controls, we're continuing with that in our ongoing efforts for a media campaign to promote and highlight not just the competition that was held over the weekend, but also the ongoing benefits and legacy benefits for Lake Wyaralong and for the Scenic Rim for the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Thank you for that feedback. I just raise the point that we're at a pivotal moment in this process at the moment. I was speaking to someone at the ComSec conference last Friday, and there seems to be, and I can't vouch for the veracity of this, it's hearsay, but there seems to be a general, a feeling, not a general feeling, in some areas at least, that the Fitzroy River and Rockhampton will not, the technical requirements of an Olympic rowing venue will not meet those requirements, and I believe the head of the international rowing is visiting Australia and potentially Rockhampton in the not too distant future to assess. And I think it is very, very important for our region and for this council to be very proactive in the next period of time up until that visit, that we are in the conversation, because I do note that we often hear about alternatives if Rockhampton doesn't measure up and is not the final selection, that Penrith occasionally comes up, and I don't believe there's any appetite at the state level for Penrith for the rowing to be held in an interstate, and it's very important that the Scenic Rim and Lake Wyaralong is at the forefront of those options available should the Rockhampton Fitzroy River choice end up not being successful or accepted. So I guess I'm just offering words of encouragement for this organisation, that we need to be very active, and it could be well even within the next few weeks that a decision will be forthcoming, and we need to be in the media and getting Lake Wyaralong into the conversation as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could make one observation with the response to your query about the media attendance. And I note the officer's response in terms of inviting state and national media. I think it's important, Councillor, if you note for your advisory committee, that the local media are just as important, and if we could include them in any future initiatives that are media related, and that it was only by chance that one of the media outlets was there at the weekend.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Definitely raise that at the next meeting. And once again, look, if I could just make one final comment, being out there on the weekend, seeing literally hundreds of people, hundreds of competitors, and seeing that headland covered with people and competitors and boats rowing, seeing the competition run. If you went out there when an event wasn't on, you'd say, well, how the heck can an Olympic Games be held in this location? But when you see that place abuzz with people and full of people and seeing the competition going on, it's not too much of a stretch to imagine it as an Olympic destination, and it really is a magnificent venue. And by all reports, speaking to the rowing experts, the people who know, it is the best, fairest, and at times the fastest rowing venue in Queensland, and without a shadow of a doubt would make an Olympic rowing venue. And I just have complete confidence that it is the best location, and it's the rowing fraternity endorse it 100% and would be rapt if the Olympic rowing was to be held at Lake Wyaralong.
Thank you, Councillor, and noted. With nothing further, I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour. I was going to add a comment, but it's okay.
Look, as I understand, it's a little unusual, but just for the record, we'll note the motion is carried, but appreciate you as the chair of this advisory committee. Would you be happy to share your comment?
I can do just a quick one. I'd like to acknowledge the advisory committee members, the external members that appointed to the advisory committee have gained great insight into the rowing and potential of rowing at that site, and they've really shaped how we go about trying to attract it. I do endorse the comments made by Councillor Moriarty and you, Mr Mayor, in your Merrill Minute about the event on the weekend, which was fantastic. I'd also like to acknowledge CEO David Keenan and Julie Smith for their work behind the scenes, and all other council officers who have contributed very valued economic and viability behind the scenes, so that we're putting a really good case forward. So their work behind the scenes can't be denied. So I thank them for all their hard work and all the advisory committees. And I do endorse Councillor Moriarty in your comments too, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I move on now to item 11.7 and call upon Councillor Duncan McGuinness.
11.2 or 11.7?
11.7.
Sorry, I thought you said 11.2. There it is. Sorry, moment. Yeah, I'd like to introduce 11.7.
Excuse me, Councillor, sorry. Would you mind just turning... Thank you.
11.7, 2024-2025 Infrastructure Capital Works Program Delivery, June 2025. The recommendation is, and I so move, that Council note the Infrastructure Capital Works Program update as presented. I will just touch, sorry, I'll wait for a second before it...
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor McInnes.
I was just going to go to the bottom line and look at the total of projects, and out of the 241, 110 are complete, 109 are underway, and there's 22 that need further investigation or deferred. So that gives us a fair rundown. There are a number there that we haven't been able to do, but it's overall, considering staff or lack of staff in certain areas, I think staff have done a fairly great job in doing what they have done up to this point of time.
Are there any questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I know I raised this in the briefing and an explanation was given, but I think for the public listening in, just an explanation of the budgeted amount of capital works in 24-25 was $174 million, with $73 million being actually delivered and a shortfall of $100 million. And I just appreciate if the officer was able to provide an explanation for the discrepancy. The way it reads is that, you know, the project should have been delivered but haven't been delivered, and I just think it's a little bit confusing, and I think it would be beneficial to have an explanation for people who may be listening in.
Through the Chair, thank you for your question. In relation to the $100 million carryover, predominantly...
Sorry, officer. Would you mind providing your title just for the gallery and the audience and the media?
No dramas. Acting Manager, Capital Works and Asset Management. So in relation to the carryover of $100 million, some of that was contributed to the wet weather towards the last 6 months of the year, where a number of projects were delayed or the actual sites were a little bit saturated as well. But most of that carryover relates to where we've received external funding projects, particularly in the REPA space, which is reconstruction of public assets, which is under the QRA guidelines, of which close enough to $35 million makes that up. So What that relates to is that we got notification towards the end of the financial year of a number of projects that were now being grant funded. We recognise them in the budget, and through the carryover and first quarter budget review, we'll be looking at rephasing them correctly over the appropriate financial years to cover the pre-construction costs in the first or second year, and then when they'll actually be delivered potentially in that second and third year. So we'll better align the delivery timeframe compared to the notification of when we've received those grants up front from there. There was also in relation to a number of council-funded projects like Hinchcliffe Bridge and Gallery Walk, where we received those money up front or notification up front, but to be delivered over 2 financial years.
Is it possible to just give an indication broadly, how much money, I know we've got grant money, we've got some council money, how much money do we actually have available at the moment for capital works, and how much is going to be allocated in each of the next 2 years, roughly?
Thank you again through the chair. Our base budget for 25-26 is just under $30 million for our capital delivery. As part of the first quarter budget review, we'll be looking at rephasing that, and the initial estimates will be around that 80 to 85 million will be delivered next financial year between our Reaper works and normal council work from there, and that will be brought back to council as part of that first quarter budget review.
So that's 85 as an increase from the 73.3.
The 85, no, increase based off of our base budget of $30 million. Some of that 100 million will actually be delivered in 2027-28. Where, if I can pick on the indoor sports facility, we'll do a lot of planning this year, and be delivered in 26-27, not 27-28.
Can I just, is there a schedule of works in existence for the next year and next 2 years? And if so, is it available to be made available to the councillors? I just think it'd be really interesting to see what projects are in the pipeline and what's coming on in the next 12 to 24 months.
Thanks again through the question. As part of that first quarter budget review and carryover, that is the vision that this capital report will show that going forward.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. Just got a quick question on the Bow Desert Library upgrade. We've got a scope investigation and $200,000 set aside with a completion date of the 30th of June 2025. Where are we up to with that one, please, through the Chair?
Thank you for the question. I'll have to take that on notice and get back to you exactly where that project is at, but it's still just having re-scoping that project to accommodate that.
Through Mr. Mayor, I was under the impression we were looking for an appropriate funding avenue, and we had not identified one at this point.
Question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sanders?
Just to the officer, if I can. I recently sent you an email, and just for your audience, could you just give me a bit a rundown on Freeman Bridge and also the Bromilton, I can't say the word, Bromilton transfer station. You answered me, and I was just wondering if you could give it to the audience, that information, please.
Thank you for the question through the chair. In relation to Freeman Bridge is a boundary asset with the City of Logan. City of Logan have got the lead on that bridge project. It was the bridge renewal program at the time. That has since changed. We put an application in with the increasing in costs and an issue with the supplier. We withdrew that application and are continuing our preliminary works on that bridge replacement with the City of Logan at the present point in time, with some preliminary works to be undertaken to adjoining properties around that bridge. From there was money allocated within the budget and anticipated to be carried over as council's contribution towards that project. In relation to the Bromilton transfer station upgrade, there was a number of projects incorporated into that line item with there, which was the upgrade of the bin bay, upgrade of the roadworks around the binway and associated drainage works, and an extension of the roadway in there to while we were out there to get that economy of scale. It slightly went over. There was a number of wet weather days during that project and a number of heavy wet weather days throughout that time frame. So the slight overrun on that project by about 5-6% was due to those additional wet weather issues and a little bit of work from there.
And I just wanted to note that you stated that the minor overspend has been offset within the entire capital works program, minus savings and other projects, and therefore doesn't contribute to the deficit for next year. That was very interesting. Thank you.
No further questions. Councillor McGuinness, would you like to sum up your motion?
No, I don't think there's much add. I thank the officer for the explanations he's given to the questions, and I haven't got anything else to add.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Thank you. Motion carried. Move to item 11.8 and call upon Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got to swap screens quickly. Yes, today I'll introduce report 11.8, which is the proposed issue of a lease to a community organisation, which is Buna Aviation Incorporated. I'll take the report as being read, and I'll do the following motion that council resolve. The following motion that 1, council resolve that the exception under section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulations 2012 applies to the proposed grant of a lease to the Buna Aviation Incorporated, the land held by council in freehold situation at Harm Street, Buna, generally as outlined within the attached locality map and aerial map to this report. 2, council endorse a 5-year freehold lease with 5-year option on standard terms and issued by council for the Buna Aviation Incorporated, expiring 30th of June 2030. And 3, council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise and execute a lease agreement to Buna Aviation Incorporated.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to in this case. Council has worked hard over the last few years alongside BAI, which is Buna Aviation Incorporated, to formulate this lease. There was some contention over the last probably 5 to 8 years about that site, but that's all been put to bed, I believe, and the organisation's operating really well out there on the council facility. It's very well supported by locals in the Buna community and very highly valued by not only users but the community itself. So I'm really pleased that lease gives them certainty. It gives them some direction forward with investing in the site and making sure that it's fit for purpose. So it's a pleasing day to see this finally come through, and I believe that the BAI and the community, Buna community, will be very happy with the outcome. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor Cry.
Just in relation to the airfield being classified as an aeroplane landing area and not registered under the Civil Aviation Safety Regulations 1998, just out of interest, will it be necessary to register with Civil Aviation at some point in the future?
Through Mr. Mayor, Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, great question. The initial indication is no. CASA requires registration of aerodromes and airfields for passenger transport and or freight over a certain threshold. Off the top of my head, there are around 30 persons on board an aircraft and or over 3,500 tonnes of freight. Please don't quote me on those numbers. I can send them around. So at its current level of operation, it's unlikely it will require registration with CASA formally under the Civil Aviation's legislation. So the real benefit to signing onto a master lease with BAI is that this will allow them to continue ongoing operations with the ability for other smaller operations to continue with the existing facilities on site. I would probably also take liberty to make another point that there is a report later on in the agenda around the issuing of community grants, of which I believe BAI are requesting a certain amount for fencing of this facility, for them to be allocated that funding and to perform the fencing works. They would be required to have formal tenure, which would be by way of this lease.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor McInnes.
Mayor, not a question, a comment just to add to Councillor Chalk. There was, go back a number of years, there was quite a bit of angst, I suppose is the correct word to be using, from locals there. I believe BAI, as Councillor Chalk has indicated also, that they've got basically have got their act together a lot better than what they had. They're more professional, and they do serve a need in the community there, and whether it be social or whether it's social flying or just in times of bushfires around the place, they've been used quite significantly. That airfield, people were looking at options. Why shouldn't they go well out of town and everything else? But they have been there, as the report suggests, since I think it's 1978 or something. So they have been there well and truly for a long time. So and I think they really do serve a purpose for the community. So happy to support the resolution. Excuse me.
Thank you, Councillor. Those comments are well noted. Councillor Chalk, would you like to sum up?
Just to say that I endorse Councillor McGuinness's comments as well, and thank Councillor Cry for her comments and the answer given by the officer. That was a big source of their contention back when this came about, was whether they needed the CASA registration or there's classed as a landing strip. It adds a cost to their operations which just couldn't be sustained in that area. So that was cleared up well and truly. And yes, I endorse this lease. They do a great job, and happy to continue working with that organisation moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour. In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.9.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. I'd like to introduce item 11.9, proposed issue of lease to community organisation Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue Inc. I take the report as read. I'd like to move to the motion that one, Council resolve that the exception under section 236, section 1B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies to the proposed grant of lease to Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue Inc. for premises situated at Lot 26 on RP 137970, situated at 1501 Beaudesert Beanley Road, Tamborine. 2. Council endorse a 5-year lease on standard terms as issued by Council for Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue Incorporated, expiring 30th of June 2020 30. And 3, Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 257, Section 1 of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise and execute a lease agreement to Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue, Inc.
Thank you, councillor. Seconded to the motion, councillor Sanders. Councillor Cryer, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak to the motion. Council is requested to consider the issue of the lease to the Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue, Inc. for the premises along Beaudesert Beanley Road in Tamborine, which was previously tenanted by the Cedar Creek Pony Club. The facility is currently vacant and provides a unique opportunity for the Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue, Inc. to find a new home for their organisation. They are a newly established community organisation and are proposing to use the whole of the site, being 6.162 hectares, for wildlife rescue purposes. Over the past year, they have completed an impressive 1,612 wildlife rescues to their credit. The club focuses on wildlife rescue and rehabilitation efforts across the South East Queensland region and is run entirely by volunteers. It is dedicated to wildlife rescue, care, rehabilitation and release, covering areas from east of Canungra to west of Colleyville, south of Rathdowney and to north of Wood Hill. The club assists a wide variety of species, including birds, bats, macropods, possums and reptiles. Members are also active participants in other organisations such as Wildcare and Bat Conservation, as well as Rescue Queensland, ensuring collaboration across the groups to benefit all wildlife. From the site at Tamborine, the organisation will also be able to undertake a joey release program. Currently, the club has 16 macropods indigenous to the Scenic Rim region, ready for release in October, alongside 65 other injured or orphaned animals in care. The club intend to utilise the buildings on the site to support these release efforts, as well as provide education for new members and carers and enhance the organisation's overall community service capacity. Although quite new, the potential lessee presents as a worthy organisation looking to repurpose the site's building and grounds with a very important project. But I do have a couple of questions. In relation to the previous tenant, Cedar Creek Pony Club, I'm unsure if they've had use of the property for the entire 51 years, but understand that they had been established a very long time at this site with a certain legacy for this area. Through the chair, could the officer please indicate if any consultation was made amongst the wider community in the local area in terms of another pony club starting up or of a similar use for this site? It also is known that residents walk their dogs along the creek pathway and utilise the waterway for paddling. Will this also affect the joey release program?
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor. The short answer is no, there hasn't been any further expression of interest sought more broadly around other pony club uses, etc. for the site. There are a number of reasons for that. The site is heavily constrained, so the site is flood prone. It also has environmental constraints overlaying it. Any other alternate use or an expansion of other uses would need a site analysis and entail other work to be undertaken by Council. The proposition that's been put forward by the Rotary Club of South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue Incorporated effectively needs no further analysis or uplift of the site for them to undertake the use. So it is a best use of the site, if you will, at this point in time without incurring other resource burden for Council or the community. In terms of the clash or conflict of uses with respect to dogs, I don't believe so. That would need to be something that would be discussed through the operations of the Wildlife Rescue Incorporation as they enter into a lease and working through the specifics of public access to the creek pathways in line with their lease holders' requirements and benefits.
Thank you.
While you raise the point, Councillor, I guess I asked the question, what you're in the best position as the elected representative for Division 2. If you could share with us the consultation and engagement you've had with your division of the activities of equestrian and pony club activities within the area.
At this stage, there have not been any other pony clubs that I'm aware of other than the Tambourine Pony Club, which is very heavily utilised. But there have been requests for the Scenic Rim Regional Cadets have inquired about usage of the property. So there have been sort of interest from other community groups, and I just wondered if at that point that council had taken that into consideration, but given that it's flooded, etc.
So there are no other equestrian or pony club groups that are interested in the site.
No, that's why I was asking if there had been any consultation with community to discover that information. But as local representative, I have not had any come forward that I am aware of at this stage.
Sorry, through this, Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. Just to add to that, from my awareness and discovery in this matter, that there is existing pony clubs within a 10-kilometre radius of this site, which are, as you say, well utilised and patronised by the community. In terms of other community groups, the issuing of a lease to the Rotary Club for this particular use doesn't discount the discussions with someone like Scouts Australia from potentially utilising the site. What it does mean, though, is that they will be a party to any discussions with council around that use and other constraints. So, for example, Scouts may only have limited use, or cadets may only have limited use. If there are things like camping or other restrictions that need to be placed during, say, wet weather events, given that it is a flooded area, all of those elements would need to be worked out prior to any other agreements being entered into either by Rotary or with the consent of council.
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit to this. It's very interesting that the Rotary Club actually approached me originally and told me about this, the South East Queensland Wildlife Rescue, and that they were looking for a site. And it only just happened that that this site had become available. It wasn't one of the sites that I had mentioned to them, but I wanted to add that the Rotary Club does this, as we said, with volunteers, and there is no cost to council. And this is something that I would absolutely support. One, no cost. Two, it does good things for our region and our tourism, and it's a way of preserving the area. I think it was it just all happened to fall into place at the time, and I would really love to congratulate the staff for doing such a wonderful job and recognising and supporting this group and making this available. It's all come at the right time, so quite fascinating how everything aligned and came into place. So I'm happy to support this one, and it's wonderful that there is no cost, and I hope the volunteers can continue doing good work for a long time in the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cryer.
Yes, I concur with Councillor Sanders that it is a wonderful project, and I am very happy that the organisation will be able to repurpose, as I said, this site for a worthwhile project. And going forward, if other community groups would like to make representations to, or through myself, or to directly to council for other assets, because when this one was brought forward, I mentioned that there was a fodder farm down the end of Vineyard, I think it's Vineyard Lane, that I suggested that may have been a good site as well, but this one is actually backing onto the National Park of Tamborine, so it's quite a good area for releasing our wonderful native species. So yeah, I'm very happy to support this, and hopefully other groups will be able to make representations to council for other areas that may be available or make Hum available as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wanting to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer, nothing further?
No, thank you.
I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. That brings us to item 11.10 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.10, Annual Internal Audit Plan for 2025 to 2026. And I'll move straight to the motion and then add a few comments. The motion is that Council approve the Annual Internal Audit Plan for 2025 to 2026.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. By way of introduction to this item, each year the internal audit section, which consists of one person, works through a process to review and update the annual internal audit plan, including the strategic audit plan covering the next 4 years, whilst realising that setting some of the tasks that far in the future may not occur given the changing priorities that occur over time. So we work towards achieving the first year or two, and with some amendments usually in years 3 and 4 depending on the circumstances and changed risks within the organisation. The plan was endorsed by the Audit and Risk Committee at the meeting held on the 21st of August 2025, and the next meeting is tomorrow. The recommendation is to approve the annual internal audit plan for 2025-2026, and the internal auditor does not just work on this plan. It should be noted that he spends an awful lot of time providing internal advice to different sections within council as well. And if you'd like to go to page, if I can find it. Okay, if you go to page 68 of the agenda, the activities in which he's engaged are listed there. So there's quite an extensive range of things that is involved in that aren't just limited to doing internal audits. I would like to ask the officer through the chair, on page 70 there's a list of the internal audit plan for 2025-26 auditable areas, and if we could just ask how are we going with the 2 items for Q1, which are the road maintenance scheduling and the fuel card management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, the plan always involves a bit of flexibility, and it's one of those age-old things of, you know, if you don't plan at all, then you're going to fail. But plans always need to change and adapt as well. So, of the 2 reviews down there for Q1, the fuel card management has been completed. I'm still only in the planning stage on road maintenance scheduling as I'm continuing to work on topics that weren't fully finalised from the prior year, which is normal for my activity. It's always ongoing, and so it's somewhat beneficial to have some carryover from the previous year to keep that flow of work continuing while discussions are settled on the plan for the year ahead. It's always set down as being a somewhat challenging plan. As you noted, there's a mix of activities. There's these structured reviews combined with the other services that I provide internally. And so, yeah, there's also that need for a review potentially as the effort needed for different activities changes depending on what arises during the year as well. So I certainly think this plan reflects a reasonable coverage of the organisation's risks, balanced between the different areas of council as well as financial and operational type areas. So I certainly recommend it to the councillors for their consideration.
Thank you. And I do note that there are some interesting topics coming up, including community events risk management, which seems to be topical at the moment.
Thank you, councillor. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay, anything further?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. I now call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 1111.
Just bear with me for a moment while I get to the right place. There it is. Okay, thank you. I'd like to introduce item 1111, Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 21st of August 2025. And the report to council of that meeting is attached to the agenda item, as you'll see at page 75. So I'll go straight to the motion, and the motion is that council note the report to council on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 21st of August 2025.
Can I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor McInnes, thank you. Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. Okay. I don't actually have anything further to add. The report is quite self-explanatory and is quite detailed as well for anyone who would like to read and see what's contained in it. There are quite frequently a lot of confidential and sensitive items that come up. They are not detailed to any degree in the report for obvious reasons. But apart from that, it's an excellent record of what occurred in the most recent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Chalk?
No, thank you.
I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour?
In favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously.
Chair,
Councillor?
could the internal auditor just state his position for those listening, please?
The internal auditor? I think it's been stated for him a couple of times during the course of this meeting. I did think of it and I thought it unnecessary.
I think he's still down as the principal specialist internal audit somewhere along the list.
Well, yes, my title is in the papers there as the Principal Specialist Internal Audit and Improvement. I do customarily refer to myself as the Internal Auditor because that's easier for people to understand. As the restructure progresses, then perhaps there'll be an adjustment to that, but I'll answer to anything.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillor. Now move to item 1112 and call upon councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I'll introduce 11.12, which is the council monthly financial report for August 2025. That report is being read. I can move the following motion that council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for August 2025.
Thank you, councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sanders, thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Not anything to add. I would probably just like to see questions from the councillors or any statements from the director. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Are there any questions from the floor? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I just note in the report, the reason given for any variations are largely due to carry forward budgets not yet approved and included in this report. Can we just have an explanation, please, as to what that actually means?
Thank you, councillor. Work has been done in the carryover from 24-25, particularly in relation to the capital items, and there are a list of those projects that we brought forward that's been referenced in an earlier report here today. In the interests of trying to simplify the approach, the first quarter budget review and the carryover budget review will be rolled together, and that will be presented to a future meeting of council, so that you can consider both the movements for first quarter, most up to date, as well as what was carried over from the 24-25 financial year. There has been some consideration of carryover of operational budgets that aren't necessarily linked to grant-related activities, and that will be discussed further as that report comes forward.
Thank you. I'll take your word for it. I'm not questioning what you said. I'm just saying it's a little bit, I think, for the uninitiated, a little bit difficult to follow what that means, but that's okay. I'll accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrew, would you mind just addressing the current liabilities anomaly for year to date in the budget, 11.2 mil?
It's page 93 of the agenda.
Yes, thank you for the question. The variance relates to contract liabilities that get taken up at the end of the financial year. The contract liabilities are revenue for, it's usually to do with capital grant revenue that we receive in advance of expenditure on that, on those grant programs. So at the end of the financial year, for financial statement purposes, we treat that as a liability. In terms of the grant doesn't go ahead, we need to repay that money back to the grant body. Doesn't usually happen, but that's the way the financial accounting standards require us to treat it. So that liability was taken up at the end of the financial year. It is carried through to the end of August, and it will be reversed when we do the carry forward budget review and September budget review adoption.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, through the Chair to the Director, the notes to the financial statements were not contained in the August report. Are they going to be tabled today, please?
Those notes have been provided to councillors. It wouldn't customarily provide that level of detail against the monthly financial report, but that information is available and can be provided and attached to the minutes, similar to the previous request on the corrections for July, if that's council's wish.
Thank you. Councillor Hay?
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Chair, can we ask if that is what council wishes for those notes to be attached to the minutes, please?
I'm happy for that to occur. Is there anyone? No. Are there any other? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor, I do concur with Councillor Hay on this occasion. I think given the media that this has attracted around the place, I think it's unfortunate that it has, but I think this probably clarifies it and hopefully puts it to bed.
We certainly do. Is there any further questions? Councillor Chalk.
No, nothing to add, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.13.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.13, 2025 to 2026 Scenic Rim Community Grants Program Round 1 Major and Minor Grants. Take the report as read. I would like to move the motion that 1, Council approve the allocations for major community grants round 1 in the amount of $157,873 for 10 projects, and minor community grants round 1 in the amount of $85,389.39 for 26 projects under the Scenic Rim Community Grants Program 2025-2026 as outlined in the following table. They're long tables, and I'll say the community group first, then the project and the amount recommended. For the major community grants round 1, 2025 to 2026, we have Buna Aviation Incorporated, Airfield Fencing Upgrade, $20,000. Hayes Oval Incorporated, resurfacing of main field at Hayes Oval Incorporated, $20,000. Tambourine Mountain Community Kindergarten, upgrading kitchen facilities, $20,000. Tamrukan Memorial Hall, solar panels with inverter and battery backup, $19,975. Fassifern District Historical Society Incorporated, slab hut roof, $18,000. Roadvale School of Arts Incorporated, Roadvale Hall, water supply and storm water upgrade, $16,582.16. Wild Mountains Trust, commercial kitchen repair and upgrade, $16,000. Kerry Memorial Hall, KMH beautification, $10,299. Maroon School of the Arts Incorporated, repair to stage wall and ceiling, $10,266.84. Beaudesert Pistol Club Incorporated, wheelchair access, $6,750. The total recommended for major community grants round 1 is $157,873. For the minor community grants round 1, 2025 to 2026, we have Beaudesert Chamber of Commerce Incorporated, Beaudesert Community Christmas Carols and Markets in Jubilee Park, $3,700. Buna District Chamber of Commerce Christmas Festival, $5,000. Fassifern Lions Club Calbar Country Day and Banner Flags, thank you, $4,830. Kerry Memorial Hall Society Incorporated, KMH Plumbing, Draining, Mitigation, Front of Hall, $4,483. Beaudesert Pistol Club Incorporated, Building Refurbishment, $5,000. Tambourine Mountain Chamber of Commerce and Industry Scarecrow Festival 2025, $4,873.13. Carinative Fassifern Community Centre, commercial fridge purchase for cafe and kitchen, $3,441.66. Beaudesert Swimming Club, laptop, colour printer, water polo, goals upgrade, $3,215.17. Roadvale Progress Association Incorporated, Roadvale Pickleball Equipment, $970. Broken Paddle Canoe Club Incorporated, BPCC, purchase of junior personal flotation devices, PFDs, $1,757.56. Tamborine Mountain Canungra Cricket Club, a replacement of large cover for turf wicket, $2,839. Ralph Downey Hall Incorporated, safety electrical improvements, $5,000. Harrisville Lions, Christmas in July 2026, $4,899. Ralph Downey Swimming Club Incorporated, lifeguard and first aid training, $2,050. Arachula Community Sports Centre, new stage, $5,000. Ralph Downey and District Memorial Grounds Association Incorporated, RMG Financial Accounting Improvements, $1,202. Tamborine Village Lions Club, Christmas in the Village, $3,100. Tamrukan Memorial Hall Incorporated, supper room painting, $5,000. Tamborine Mountain Bridge Club, TMBC, replacement cardiac defibrillator, AED, $2,072. Bow Desert Bowls Club, provision of computer equipment, $1,740.77. Weight Reduction Club Buna, new computer equipment, $989.10. Bow Desert Genealogy Incorporated, desktop computer upgrade, $945. Buna District Garden Club Incorporated, acquisition of portable defibrillator unit, $2,160. Scenic Rim Broadcasting Association Incorporated, upgrade of equipment and facilities, $4,100. Buna Art Society Incorporated, creative tools for collective impact, $3,918. Calbar Baptist Church 2026 Australia Day Awards Ceremony and Community Breakfast, $3,104. Total recommended is $85,389.39. And 2, Council provide relevant feedback and advice to unsuccessful grant applicants to continue building capacity of the community sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Councillor Cryer, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, I think I've covered most of the figures. The minor community grants are up to $5,000 and the major community grants are up to $20,000, as you may have gathered, as this program is delivered through 2 streams. The Scenic Rim Community Grants Program not only delivers projects which enriches the lives of local residents, but also strengthens the capacity of the community groups that lead them. So of the 15 eligible applications that were received for the major grants, 10 were approved, and of the 34 eligible applications received for the minor grants, 26 were approved. So by supporting initiatives such as these approved projects, the program ensures that organisations are better resourced to continue their valuable work. And having said all this, I would like to say I'm very proud of the work done to achieve these grants, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to take part in this community development program, which benefits the broader community of Scenic Rim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I guess the important thing to note about these community organisations is that they actually, in a great many instances, provide community services, community opportunities for a great many of our 43,000 residents, and particularly our children and our elderly. So that said, it's those volunteers that are doing a lot of heavy lifting right across the region. So to see the continuation of the support by council to provide that grant revenue to assist those volunteers in terms of improving the community facilities or the community programs is essential. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, and I should have done this at before Councillor Cryer introduced this resolution, but I am a member of the Harrisville Lions Club. I'm not an executive, so just for openness, I put that on the table.
Thank you, councillor, noted. And you two make a genuine effort and in that community organisation as a service member. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Anything further, councillor Cryer?
No, thank you. It's just a positive contribution to the quality of life across the Scenic Rim, and no further needs to be said, I think.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise. I just, if there's an officer that can answer this, I noticed in the scoring system we were provided with some information about the grants that were awarded and some who missed out, and there is a scoring system to determine who receives the grants. My question is, and I suspect I know the answer, but I'd just like clarification that there were some entities who scored higher than others who did not receive grants, and I'd just like an explanation of how these are determined, if possible.
Certainly, councillor, through the chair, through the CEO.
Director.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Councillor Moriarty. There is a guideline and a framework on which that scoring applies, but there are also other applicable criteria that people need to meet as well. I'm happy to go through that individually with councillors. I know that the major program is done for the year, but there is a second round of the minor grants to come forward, and happy just to bring a briefing report back that details how that scoring and ranking occurs, if that will add value into the future.
Thank you. I think for the transparency of the process, that would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone wanting to talk against the motion, I put it to the members. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And now we move into confidential matters and call a motion from the floor to go into close. Councillor McInnes. Councillor Sanders, if you could just wait. Councillor McGuinness will read the motion.
That in accordance with Council Standing Order for Council Meeting Policy and the provisions of Section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, Council closed the meeting to public to discuss confidential items as follows: 12.1 MCU 20/077 P&E Port Appeal number 534 of 2024. Review of this matter following without prejudice conferences. Closed S254J3E 12.2 RAL 2403-033 P&E Court Appeal number 1465 of 2025. Review of matter following without prejudice conference. Thanks, Councillor. Prejudice conference closed S254J3E and 12.3 consideration for the purchase of land for future strategic purposes closed S254J3H. As discussions will be held about legal matters and negotiating relating to the acquisition of land.
Thank you. A second to the motion. Councillor Hay. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Thank you. Carried unanimously, and we will return on the hour. Thank you and welcome back. And I now propose a motion that council come out of closed session into open. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk.
In favour.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. And now call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce before we move to, well, we're now moving to item 12.1. And Councillor Hay, if you could now address your conflict of interest.
Thank you, Chair. I'm declaring a prescribed conflict of interest in this item as I was a submitter at the time the public submissions were called for, and I'm also currently a co-respondent by election in the current court appeal. So I won't be taking part in the discussion or voting on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And call upon, and now call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 12.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 12.1 MCU 20/077 P&E Court Appeal number 534 of 2024, review of matter following without prejudice conferences closed, section 254J, section 3E. I'll just move to the motion, and I would like to put forward an alternative motion of option 2, that council note the report and advice and continue the current appeal process in the matter of Eastern Asia Pty Limited versus Scenic Rim Regional Council.
Can you pull up the motion? Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Anyone wishing to... second to the motion, please. Councillor McGuinness.
Chair, I will second it in the, if there's any, just so discussion can take place if needed.
Thank you. Given in confidential you can't repeat those discussions coming out into the public, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Motion...
Councillor Chalk, yes.
Sorry, Councillor Chalk, thank you for that. Motion defeated 4-2. Call for a division. For was the Mayor and Division Councillor 2. Against was Division 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now call for a alternative motion. Councillor Sanders.
Happy to put forward an alternate motion. Option 1, that pursuant to section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 Queensland, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take all steps necessary to resolve Council's interest in the appeal of MCU 20/077 Eastern Asia Propriety Limited versus Scenic Rim Regional Council appeal in the Planning and Environment Court, P&E number 534 of 2024, 36 Young Street, Tamborine Mountain, lot 96 WD 1000, with consideration to legal and expert advice received.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder to the motion.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Councillor McGuinness, thank you. I'll put... You're right. Thank you. above local. There we go. I'll put the motion to the floor. Those in favour?
Councillor Chalk in favour.
Against? Motion has been carried. And I'll call for a division. You're right, take your time. Those in favour were councillors from Division 3, 4, 5 and 6. Against? 1 and Mayor. Thank you. 2 and Mayor. I'll just bring Councillor Hay back in too. Councillor Hay, if you would like to read the motion and the result.
Doesn't really tell me very much, I'm sorry. Just noting the report.
No, that was the first.
So continue. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Just got to get the emotion in that councillor. Hang on.
Option 1. Just paste option 1.
Yep.
It's not doing it.
sorry, should be all steps necessary. After resolve council's interests in the, and then you've got that, you've got that. Yeah. That's it. Thank you. That's the motion, councillor. Thank you, and apologies for that slight delay. We will now move on to item 12.2 and call upon councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 12.2, RAL 24/033 P&E Court Appeal number 1465 of 2025, review of matter following without prejudice conference closed, section 254J3E. I'd like to move to the motion of option 1 that pursuant to section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 Queensland, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take all steps necessary to resolve Council's interest in the appeal of RAL 24/033 Queensland to Pty Limited versus Scenic Rim Regional Council appeal in the Planning and Environment Court P&E number 1465 of 2025, 17 Fields Road, Gleneagle, Lot 12, RP 865522, with consideration to legal and expert advice.
Thank you. Those in favour of the motion? Sorry, seconder? Yeah. It's getting long today. Thank you, councillor Sanders. All right. Those in favour of the motion? Councillor Chalk?
Councillor Chalk in favour.
Thank you. Motion carried unanimously. Councillor McGuinness, item 12.3.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that council defer item 12.3 to the next available ordinary meeting date.
Thank you, councillor. And a seconder to the motion, councillor Hay. Procedural motion doesn't require it. Those in favour?
Councillor Chalk in favour.
Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and that draws today's meeting to a close at 1:15 p.m.